Welcome to What If Sleep Story and soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more night-bound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable and breathe with me as we begin. The summer air in Little Wickham carried the weight of twilight like a gentle blessing, thick with the perfume of climbing roses and the earthy promise of dew settling on ancient stone. Miss Jane Marple pressed her palm against the cool window pane of Raymond's guest room, her pale fingers tracing the condensation that had gathered there like morning frost in reverse. The glass hummed faintly under her touch, or perhaps that was simply the way old windows sang their quiet songs to anyone willing to listen. Behind her the four-poster bed waited with its lavender-scented linens turned down just so, but sleep felt distant as the evening stars. Something was different tonight. Not wrong, precisely, but absent. Her keen blue eyes, sharp as winter mornings despite her 70-odd years, searched the darkened village square below. Gas lamps flickered their amber dance along the cobblestones, casting pools of warmth that seemed to breathe with the night breeze. The Tudor cottages huddled together like old friends sharing secrets, their thatched roofs dark against the deepening sky. Everything appeared exactly as it should in this corner of the Cotswolds, where time moved at the pace of growing grass and the changing seasons. Yet the silence pressed against her ears with an almost physical weight. Miss Marple tilted her head, listening with the focused attention she usually reserved for village gossip or the subtle inflections in a suspect's testimony. The absence of sound can be as telling as its presence. She had learned through decades of quiet observation. Tonight, the familiar heartbeat of Little Wickham, that steady, comforting rhythm that had marked the hours for longer than anyone could remember, had simply stopped. The Clocktower. She turned her gaze upward, past the gnarled branches of the ancient oak that stood sentinel beside her nephew's cottage, past the weathered stone cross that marked the village green, to the tower that rose like a finger pointing toward heaven. Even in the darkness, its Norman stones seemed to glow with their own inner light, worn smooth by 8 centuries of wind and rain and human touch. The clock face, pale as a full moon, stared back at her with unseeing eyes. No chimes had marked the passing of 11 o'clock. No gentle bronze voice had whispered the quarter hours into the summer night. Curious, Miss Marple murmured to herself, her voice barely disturbing the stillness. In her experience, when something that had faithfully performed its duty for generations suddenly ceased, there was usually more to the story than simple mechanical failure. Clocks, like people, rarely stopped without reason. She reached for the delicate gold watch that had been her mother's, its chain warm against her throat where it nestled beneath her nightgown's modest collar. The hands showed 11:47. If her timepiece was accurate, and it always was, having been wound with religious precision every evening for 40 years, then the tower clock had stopped at precisely this moment. Not gradually, not with the stuttering wheeze of failing gears, it had simply ceased. The night air stirred the curtains, carrying with it the green scent of summer grass, and something else, something that made her think of old parchment and forgotten prayers. Miss Marple had spent enough years in village life to recognise the weight of mystery when it settled over a place like morning mist. She had seen it in the suspicious death of the churchwarden's wife, in the peculiar disappearance of the rector's prize roses, in a dozen small puzzles that had unravelled beneath her patient attention. This felt different, older somehow, as if the very stones of the Little Wickham held their breath. Below in the village square, a cat picked its way across the cobblestones with liquid grace, pausing beneath a gas lamp to wash one paw with fastidious care. Even the animals seemed to sense the change. The usual chorus of night sounds, the distant lowing of cattle, the rustle of small creatures in the hedgerows, the soft hoot of owls calling from the church spire continued as always. But the absence of the clock's familiar voice left a hollow space in the night's symphony, like a singer's missing note that makes the entire choir sound slightly wrong. Miss Marple had arrived in Little Wickham 3 days ago, drawn by her nephew Raymond's enthusiastic letters about his new position as the village's assistant librarian. "You simply must see it, Aunt Jane," he had written in his careful schoolmaster's hand. "It's like stepping into a storybook, the kind of place where nothing ever changes, where the most exciting event is Mrs. Pemberton's prize-winning marrows at the summer fete." How wrong dear Raymond had been, she thought with a small smile. In her experience, the places where nothing was supposed to happen were precisely where the most interesting things occurred. The gas lamp nearest the clock tower flickered, its flame dancing in the glass chimney like a tiny spirit trying to escape. The movement caught her eye, and she leaned closer to the window, her breath fogging the glass as she peered into the shifting shadows. For just a moment she could have sworn she saw a figure standing at the base of the tower, someone in dark clothing, perhaps holding something in their hands. But when the flame steadied, the space was empty, save for the familiar bulk of the old stone drinking trough that had served the village since Queen Victoria's time. "Imagination, Jane," she whispered to herself. "Too many years of looking for mysteries where there might be only mechanical difficulties." Yet even as she spoke the words, she knew they weren't true. Miss Marple had learned to trust her instincts the way a gardener trusts the feel of soil between their fingers. Something was stirring in Little Wickham, something that had chosen this moment, 11:47 on a summer night when the air hung heavy with secrets, to announce itself through silence. She remained at the window for several minutes longer, watching and listening with the patient intensity of a fisherman waiting for the subtle tug on their line. The village settled deeper into its nighttime quiet. Lights winked out in cottage windows as sensible people prepared for sleep. The cat finished its ablutions and disappeared into the maze of ancient alleyways that threaded between the houses like veins in marble. But the clock tower remained silent, its hands frozen at 11:47, as if time itself had decided to pause and consider what came next. When Miss Marple finally turned away from the window, her movements were those of someone who had made a decision. She would not sleep easily tonight, not with that hollow silence pressing against her consciousness. Instead, she would wait for morning and the conversations it would surely bring. In villages like Little Wickham, an event as significant as the stopping of the ancient clock would be dissected with the thoroughness of a botanist examining a rare specimen. She settled into the chintz-covered armchair beside her bed, pulling a soft wool shawl around her shoulders against the night's mild chill. From her knitting bag she withdrew a half-finished sock in practical grey wool, something to keep her hands busy while her mind worked through the evening's small mystery. The rhythmic click of knitting needles joined the night's remaining sounds, a comforting counterpoint to the absence that loomed over the village. Miss Marple had learned that sometimes the best way to solve a puzzle was to let it simmer quietly in the back of her mind while her fingers worked at something else entirely. The answers, she had found, often emerged when one wasn't looking directly at them. As she knitted, her thoughts wandered over the 3 days she had spent in Little Wickham. It was indeed like something from a storybook, the kind of place where roses climbed over cottage doors, and the postman knew everyone's business before they did themselves. Raymond had introduced her to the usual cast of village characters, Mrs. Pemberton of the prize marrows, who also served as the unofficial keeper of everyone's comings and goings. Young Dr. Hartwell, fresh from London, and still adjusting to the pace of country medicine. The Reverend Whitmore, whose sermons were as gentle as his manner, and Miss Celia Thornfield, the retired schoolmistress who had taught half the village to read and write. Each had welcomed her with the cautious warmth that small communities extended to strangers, even strangers with impeccable references and the endorsement of their beloved assistant librarian. She had tea with Mrs. Pemberton, admired Dr. Hartwell's enthusiasm for his new practice, listened to the Reverend's mild complaints about the church roof's persistent leak, and spent a delightful afternoon discussing literature with Miss Thornfield, all perfectly ordinary, all exactly what one would expect from a quiet Cotswolds village in the summer of 1934. Yet now, with the clock tower's silence pressing against her ears, Miss Marple wondered what undercurrents might flow beneath Little Wickham's placid surface. Every village had its secrets, its small feuds and forgotten grievances. Most were harmless enough who had taken whose roses without asking, whose chickens wandered into whose garden, whose son had been seen walking out with his daughter despite parental disapproval, but sometimes the secrets ran deeper. The sock grew longer under her steady needles as the night progressed. Outside her window, the gas lamps continued their patient vigil, casting their amber light on empty streets. The silence where the clock's chimes should have been became a presence in itself, a hollow note that seemed to echo with possibility. Miss Marple had no way of knowing, as she sat knitting in the soft darkness, that tomorrow would bring discoveries that would transform her peaceful summer visit into something far more complex. She could not foresee the gathering of anxious villagers around the Clocktower's base, or the elegant handwriting that would pose questions as intriguing as any she had ever encountered. For now, there was only the mystery of the silence, the comfortable weight of wool in her hands, and the patient certainty that morning would illuminate whatever shadows had claimed the night. In her long experience, puzzles had a way of revealing themselves to those willing to wait and watch with quiet attention. The clock in the tower remained frozen at 11:47, its hands pointing toward a moment that had passed but somehow lingered, suspended between yesterday and tomorrow like a held breath. And in the chintz-covered chair beside the guest-room window, Miss Jane Marple knitted steadily through the silent hours, her mind as alert as her fingers were busy, ready for whatever revelations the dawn might bring. The summer night settled deeper around Little Wickham, wrapping the village in velvet darkness, punctuated by the steady glow of gas lamps and the distant silver of stars. In cottage bedrooms, villagers slept peacefully, unaware that their faithful timekeeper had abandoned its post. Only Miss Marple remained vigilant, her knitting needles clicking their quiet rhythm as she waited for the morning that would surely bring answers to the questions the silence had posed. Time, she reflected as another row of stitches took shape, was such a curious thing. In London, it rushed past like a train at full steam, marked by the urgent clatter of omnibuses and the hurried footsteps of clerks late for their appointments. But here in Little Wickham, time had always moved differently, as slow and steady as the seasons themselves, measured not in minutes, but in the gentle accumulation of days that blended one into another like watercolours in rain. Now, even that gentle rhythm had been disrupted. The clock tower that had faithfully marked the hours since the time of the Plantagenet stood mute, its bronze voice silenced by forces as yet unknown. Miss Marple found herself wondering who else might be lying awake, noting the absence of those familiar chimes. Perhaps Mrs. Pemberton, who prided herself on knowing the exact time it took to walk from the post office to the church, or Dr. Hartwell, whose medical training had taught him to measure life in heartbeats and breathing patterns, or perhaps she was the only one, the only soul in Little Wickham whose sleep had been disturbed by the quality of the silence rather than by any particular sound. The thought pleased her in a way she couldn't quite explain. All her life, she had been the one to notice the small discrepancies, the tiny changes that others overlooked, the slight alteration in a neighbour's routine, the barely perceptible shift in someone's manner, the absence of something that should have been present, or the presence of something that didn't belong. It was a gift, this attention to detail, though not always a comfortable one. There were times when she might have preferred to move through the world with the gentle oblivion of those around her, accepting surface appearances and sleeping peacefully through nights when mysteries stirred in the darkness. But tonight was not one of those times. Tonight, the silence sang to her with all the compelling power of a siren's call, and she was content to sit in her chair and listen to its wordless song. The sock was nearly finished now, its grey wool as neat and practical as Miss Marple herself. She held it up to the lamplight, examining her work with the critical eye of someone who had been knitting since childhood. The stitches were even, the heel properly turned, the toe shaped with mathematical precision. It would serve its wearer well through the coming winter, providing warmth and comfort when the Cotswolds wind swept down from the hills. There was satisfaction in such work, in the creation of something useful and enduring. Miss Marple had often thought that knitting was rather like detective work in its way. one stitch building upon another, each row dependent on the accuracy of the one before, the final pattern emerging only through patience and careful attention to detail. Perhaps that was why she found both occupations so congenial. Both required the ability to see how small pieces fitted together to create a larger whole. Both demanded patience, observation, and a willingness to unravel mistakes and begin again when necessary. The comparison made her smile as she cast off the final stitches. Tomorrow, when the sun rose over Little Wickham's thatched roofs and morning mist curled up from the river valley, she would join the village in whatever discoveries the new day might bring. But for now, she was content to sit in the gentle darkness, surrounded by the comfortable silence of a sleeping house and the less comfortable silence that had claimed the Clocktower. Outside her window, the gas lamps burned steadily on, their flames barely flickering in the still air. The village slept beneath their amber glow, dreaming whatever dreams come to those who live where the seasons turn slowly, and the greatest excitement is usually the arrival of the weekly post. But Miss Marple, who had learned never to mistake quiet for peace, remained awake and watchful, her keen mind already turning over the small mystery of the stopped clock. In her experience, when something that had been fashioned faithfully for centuries suddenly ceased its duty, the reason was rarely simple mechanical failure. No, there was something else at work here, something that had chosen this particular night and this precise moment to make its presence known through absence, and Miss Jane Marple, who had spent a lifetime unravelling the small mysteries that wove through village life, was very much looking forward to discovering exactly what that something might be. Morning arrived in Little Wickham with the gentle insistence of summer light filtering through lace curtains, and the distant call of roosters greeting the dawn. Miss Marple had dozed fitfully in her chair, waking periodically to check her mother's watch and confirm what her ears already knew. The clock tower remained stubbornly silent, its voice lost somewhere in the space between tick and tock. She rose with the first pale fingers of sunlight, her joints protesting mildly against the night spent in the chintz armchair. The sock lay completed in her knitting basket, a small victory accomplished during the wakeful hours. Through her window, she could see wisps of mist rising from the village green like the breath of sleeping giants, and already, despite the early hour, figures were beginning to gather near the base of the ancient tower. Mrs. Pemberton was among the first, her stout figure unmistakable even at a distance as she gestured emphatically toward the silent clock face. The village doctor appeared next, his medical bag in hand despite the clearly non-medical nature of the emergency. The Reverend Whitmore emerged from the rectory with his characteristic measured pace, his black cassock flowing behind him like gentle wings. By the time Miss Marple had dressed and made her way downstairs, Raymond was already in the kitchen, his usually cheerful face creased with concern as he peered through the window at the growing crowd. "Most peculiar, Aunt Jane," he said, turning as she entered. "I've lived here 3 months now, and I've never seen the villagers gather like this before 9 o'clock. Mrs. Pemberton sent her grandson round with a message. Apparently the clock stopped sometime in the night, and there's been—" He paused, as if uncertain whether to believe his own words. "There's been a note found." "A note?" Miss Marple accepted the cup of tea he offered, inhaling its comforting steam. "What sort of note?" "That's just it. Nobody seems quite sure." Young Tommy Pemberton was rather excited and not entirely coherent, but he mentioned something about fancy writing and mysterious words. Mrs. Pemberton has taken charge, naturally, and insists that nothing should be touched until the proper authorities can examine it. Miss Marple smiled at this. In her experience, Mrs. Pemberton's definition of proper authorities would likely extend no further than the village constable and perhaps the postmaster. Still, the woman's instinct to preserve evidence was admirable, even if her reasons were more rooted in dramatic sensibility than investigative procedure. "I think," Miss Marple said, setting down her teacup with decisive care, "that I should very much like to see this note." The morning air was crisp with dew as they made their way across the village green, their footsteps leaving dark prints in the silver-wet grass. The group around the Clocktower had grown to include most of Little Wickham's early risers, their voices creating a low hum of speculation and concern that reminded Miss Marple of bees discussing the location of honey. Mrs. Pemberton stood at the centre of the gathering like a general commanding her troops, her grey hair pinned with military precision beneath a hat that had seen better decades but refused to acknowledge the fact. In her hands, she held what appeared to be a piece of cream-coloured paper, which she guarded as carefully as a curator protecting a priceless manuscript. "Miss Marple," she called as they approached. "Raymond, thank goodness you've come. This is most irregular indeed. In all my years in Little Wickham, and I've lived here since I was a girl, mind you, nothing like this has ever occurred." The older woman's voice carried the particular mixture of excitement and indignation that village dwellers reserved for events that disrupted the comfortable predictability of their world. Miss Marple had heard that tone many times before, usually just before someone revealed a piece of information that would prove crucial to understanding whatever puzzle had presented itself. "Mrs. Pemberton," Miss Marple said with gentle authority, "perhaps you could tell us exactly what has happened." "Well?" Mrs. Pemberton drew herself up to her full height, which was considerable, and prepared to deliver her account with the thoroughness of a court reporter. "I was up early, as is my habit. The morning glory waits for no one, and my garden requires attention before the sun grows too strong. I noticed immediately that something was amiss. The silence, you understand. After 63 years of hearing those chimes mark the quarters, one develops quite an appreciation for their absence." She paused dramatically, ensuring that her audience was properly attentive before continuing. "I came to investigate, naturally, and that's when I discovered this." She held up the paper with the reverence usually reserved for religious artifacts. It was tucked beneath the loose stone at the base of the tower, the one the children are always being told not to disturb. "Beautiful handwriting, Miss Marple. The sort they don't teach anymore, all proper loops and flourishes." Miss Marple extended her hand. "May I?" Mrs. Pemberton hesitated for only a moment before surrendering the paper. "Mind the edges. It seems quite old, though how it came to be there without anyone seeing. Well, that's the mystery, isn't it?" The paper was indeed of fine quality, with the soft texture that suggested good breeding and careful preservation. The ink was a rich brown that spoke of fountain pens and patient penmanship. Miss Marple adjusted her spectacles and read aloud, her clear voice carrying easily in the morning stillness. "When time itself forgets its duty, seek the craftsman's hidden beauty. What was made with love and skill holds secrets that endure still. The first thread of the tapestry lies where prayers and hours marry." A collective murmur ran through the small crowd. The words had the weight of ritual about them, the careful cadence of poetry designed to be remembered. Yet their meaning remained as elusive as morning mist. "Most peculiar indeed," Miss Marple murmured, studying the elegant script more closely. The handwriting was neither hurried nor hesitant. This had been written by someone who took time with their words, who understood the power of careful presentation. The paper itself bore no watermark that she could detect, but its quality suggested it had not come from the village shop. "There's been talk of sending for someone from Oxford," the Reverend Whitmore said quietly, his scholarly background asserting itself. "The clockwork mechanism is quite ancient, 15th century according to the church records. Perhaps an expert in medieval craftsmanship could shed light on both the mechanical failure and, well, this curious message." As if summoned by their conversation, the sound of an approaching motor car drew their attention toward the village's main road. The vehicle was modest but well maintained, its brass fittings gleaming despite the early hour and the dust of country roads. It came to a stop near the village green with the satisfied purr of an engine that had been treated with respect. The man who emerged was perhaps 40 years of age, with the lean build of someone who spent more time among books than in physical pursuits. His clothes marked him as a gentleman, well cut but practical, with the sort of tweeds that suggested academic respectability without ostentation. Wire-rimmed spectacles perched on a nose that had clearly spent years bent over manuscripts and historical documents. But it was his eyes that caught Miss Marple's attention. They were intelligent, certainly, with the particular intensity that came from a life devoted to scholarship. Yet as they fell upon the silent clock tower, they held something more than academic interest. There was recognition there, and something that might have been anticipation. Dr. Hartwell, the Reverend Whitmore, stepped forward with obvious relief. "Thank goodness you could come so quickly. I sent the telegram yesterday evening hoping—" "Edmund Hartwell," the newcomer said, extending his hand first to the Reverend and then to the assembled villagers with the easy courtesy of someone accustomed to introducing himself to strangers. "Oxford University. I specialise in medieval craftsmanship, particularly ecclesiastical clockwork. Your message was intriguing, Reverend." His gaze moved to the tower, and Miss Marple observed the way his attention seemed to sharpen as he took in the details of its construction. This was not the casual interest of a tourist, but the focused examination of an expert who knew exactly what to look for. "Dr. Hartwell," Mrs. Pemberton interjected, unwilling to be overshadowed by academic credentials, "there's been more than just a mechanical failure. We've discovered this." She brandished the note with renewed importance. The scholar accepted the paper with careful hands, his expression growing, increasingly thoughtful as he read. When he finished, he looked up at the assembled villagers with an expression that seemed to contain equal parts excitement and concern. "Most interesting," he murmured. "Most interesting indeed. May I ask exactly where this was found?" "Tucked beneath the loose stone," Mrs. Pemberton repeated, pointing to the base of the tower. "The one that's been loose for as long as anyone can remember. We've always told the children not to disturb it, though I confess I never knew why." Dr. Hartwell walked to the indicated stone, his movements those of someone who knew what he was looking for. He knelt beside the ancient blocks, running his fingers along their edges with the delicate touch of an archaeologist examining a precious find. "The mortar here has been disturbed recently," he said, his voice carrying the authority of expertise, but carefully, by someone who understood the importance of not damaging the surrounding stonework. This was not the casual mischief of children. Miss Marple found herself studying Dr. Hartwell as carefully as he was examining the tower. There was something about his manner that suggested familiarity, not just with medieval craftsmanship in general, but with this particular structure. He moved around the base of the tower with the confidence of someone who had studied detailed drawings, or perhaps visited before. "Doctor," she said quietly, "might I ask what brought you to Little Wickham? It seems remarkably convenient that an expert in ecclesiastical clockwork should arrive just when the village clock fails." Dr. Hartwell straightened, brushing dust from his knees as he turned to face her. His smile was pleasant, but did not quite reach his eyes. "I've been researching the work of Thomas Whitmore. No relation to our good Reverend here, I believe. A master clockmaker who worked throughout the Cotswolds in the 15th century. Little Wickham's tower house is one of his most significant pieces. I'd planned to examine it during my summer research tour." "How fortuitous," Miss Marple observed, her tone carefully neutral. "Indeed. Though I confess I hadn't expected to find this." He gestured toward the note, which Mrs. Pemberton had reclaimed and was now holding like a banner of office. The reference to craftsman's hidden beauty could certainly refer to Whitmore's work. His pieces were known for their unusual features. Before Miss Marple could inquire what sort of unusual features might be hidden within a church tower clock, the sound of the church bells, manual ones operated by rope rather than mechanism, began to call the village to Sunday service. The Reverend glanced at his pocket watch with the practised timing of a man whose life was governed by the rhythm of weekly obligations. Perhaps he suggested we might continue this discussion after service. "Dr. Hartwell, you're most welcome to join us. I suspect this mystery will benefit from both scholarly expertise and other perspectives." His glance toward Miss Marple suggested that her reputation for solving village puzzles had preceded her. The congregation filled into St. Michael's with unusual animation, the morning's discoveries providing a welcome variation to the familiar pattern of Sunday worship. Miss Marple found herself seated where she could observe both the assembled villagers and their scholarly visitor, who had accepted a place in the front pew with the grace of someone comfortable in ecclesiastical settings. The service proceeded with its accustomed rhythm, prayers and hymns that had echoed through the ancient stones for centuries, the comfortable cadences of the Book of Common Prayer, the Reverend's gentle homily about the patience required for all forms of growth, both spiritual and temporal. Yet underneath the familiar words, Miss Marple sensed an undercurrent of anticipation, as if the entire congregation was waiting for something to happen. They did not have long to wait. As the Reverend moved toward the lectern to deliver the closing blessing, his steps faltered. There, placed precisely in the centre of the carved wooden surface where his prayer book should have rested, lay another piece of cream-coloured paper. The silence that fell over the congregation was profound. Not the comfortable quiet of worship, but the breathless hush that precedes revelation. The Reverend's face had gone quite pale as he lifted the paper with trembling fingers. "I don't understand," he whispered, his voice carrying easily in the stone-walled space. "This wasn't here when I prepared for service." Dr. Hartwell rose from his seat, his scholarly composure intact, but his eyes bright with unmistakable excitement. "May I?" he asked, extending his hand. With obvious reluctance, the Reverend passed the paper forward. Dr. Hartwell's voice was steady as he read, but Miss Marple noted the slight tremor in his hands. Time's true measure is not found in hours that come and go, but in the patient work of hands that shaped what few may know. Seek the Master's final gift, where shadow meets the light. The second thread awaits you in the tower's hidden sight. The congregation stirred like leaves in a sudden breeze, whispers and murmurs creating a soft susurrus of speculation. But Miss Marple's attention was fixed on Dr. Hartwell's face, watching as a complex mixture of emotions played across his features. Excitement, certainly, but also something that looked remarkably like recognition. "Doctor," she said quietly, her voice cutting through the general murmur, "you've seen writing like this before, haven't you?" All eyes turned toward the scholar, who seemed to gather himself before responding. When he spoke, his words were measured, but Miss Marple detected the careful precision of someone choosing their revelations with diplomatic care. "The style is consistent with certain documents I've encountered in my research," he admitted. Thomas Whitmore was known to leave detailed notes about his work, often in the form of riddles or puzzles. He believed that the true appreciation of craftsmanship required effort, that understanding should be earned rather than simply given. But surely Mrs. Pemberton interjected, her practical nature asserting itself. A craftsman from the 15th century could hardly be leaving notes in our church today. Dr. Hartwell's smile held secrets like a locked drawer. "No, Mrs. Pemberton. But someone who has studied his methods very carefully, someone who has perhaps discovered something that Whitmore intended to remain hidden. That person might very well choose to communicate in his style." Miss Marple felt the familiar stirring of intellectual curiosity that always accompanied the introduction of a truly interesting puzzle. 2 notes, both written in elegant script, both referring to craftsmen's secrets and hidden treasures. A scholar who arrived with remarkable timing and obvious prior knowledge. A clock that had stopped at a precise moment after centuries of faithful service. The pieces were beginning to arrange themselves, though their final pattern remained obscure. But Miss Marple had learned patience in her years of unravelling village mysteries. Like Thomas Whitmore's careful craftsmanship, understanding would come to those willing to invest the necessary effort. As the congregation slowly dispersed, their Sunday routine disrupted by the morning's revelations, Miss Marple noticed that Dr. Hartwell lingered near the lectern, his eyes fixed on the carved details with the intensity of someone reading a familiar text in a new language. "Doctor," she said, approaching with the unhurried pace of someone who had all the time in the world, "I wonder if you might be free for tea this afternoon. I find myself quite curious about Thomas Whitmore's unusual methods of communication." His hesitation was brief but telling. "I should be delighted, Miss Marple. Perhaps it's time someone else knew the full story of what I've discovered." The admission hung in the air between them like a promise, and Miss Marple smiled with the quiet satisfaction of someone who had just seen the first piece of a puzzle fall into place. The game, as dear Sherlock Holmes might have said, was afoot, but this game would be played at the gentle pace of a Cotswolds village, where mysteries unfolded like flowers opening to the morning sun, slowly, naturally, and with all the patience that true understanding required. The afternoon sun filtered through the diamond-paned windows of Raymond's cottage with the golden languor of honey poured from a spoon, casting patterns of light and shadow that danced across the worn Persian carpet like memories given form. Miss Marple had set the tea service with particular care, using her late mother's spode china. The delicate cups with their blue and white pastoral scenes seemed appropriate for an afternoon devoted to unravelling the threads of village history. Dr. Hartwell arrived precisely at 4 o'clock, his punctuality speaking to the academic discipline that had shaped his character. He carried with him a worn leather satchel that bore the comfortable patina of years spent in dusty archives and forgotten libraries, and his manner suggested a man who had spent considerable time wrestling with secrets that demanded careful revelation. "I confess, Miss Marple," he said as she poured the tea with practised grace, "I'm not entirely certain where to begin. My research into Thomas Whitmore has led me down paths I hadn't anticipated when I first began studying medieval craftsmanship." Miss Marple settled herself in her chair with the comfortable authority of someone who had spent decades listening to confessions, both voluntary and reluctant. "Perhaps," she suggested gently, "you might begin with what brought you to Little Wickham specifically. Your arrival, so soon after the clock's silence, seems rather more than coincidental." A rueful smile touched the corners of Dr. Hartwell's mouth as he accepted his teacup. "Indeed it was. I've been following a trail of documents, letters, ecclesiastical records, craft guild registers, all pointing to a master clockmaker whose work extended far beyond simple timekeeping. The man I originally thought was Thomas Whitmore. Well, it appears I was both right and quite spectacularly wrong." He reached into his satchel and withdrew a slim portfolio bound in faded green leather. "What I discovered, Miss Marple, was that Thomas Whitmore was not the original creator of Little Wickham's clock. He was, in fact, commissioned to repair and modify the work of an earlier craftsman, a man whose name has been rather deliberately obscured from most historical records." The portfolio opened to reveal photocopies of medieval documents, their Latin text accompanied by Dr. Hartwell's careful translations in modern English. Miss Marple leaned forward, her sharp eyes taking in the faded script and elaborate marginalia that spoke of patient scholarship conducted in monastery scriptoriums and abbey libraries. The original craftsman, Dr. Hartwell, continued, his voice taking on the reverent tone scholars reserve for their most significant discoveries, was one Master Aldrich Blackwood. He worked during the latter half of the 15th century, and according to these records, he was commissioned by the then lord of the manor to create not merely a clock, but what the documents describe as a temporal marvel, a mechanism that would serve purposes beyond the simple marking of hours. Miss Marple's teacup paused halfway to her lips. What sort of purposes? That, Dr. Hartwell admitted, is where the historical record becomes, shall we say, rather more mysterious than most academic pursuits warrant. Blackwood was apparently a man of unusual talents. The contemporary accounts describe him as both master craftsman and scholar, someone who understood not only the mechanical principles of his trade, but also possessed knowledge of what the documents carefully term hidden arts. The afternoon light seemed to deepen, as if responding to his words, casting longer shadows across the cottage's comfortable interior. Miss Marple found herself thinking of the notes they had discovered, the elegant script, the riddling phrases that spoke of secrets hidden within craftsmanship. "Dr. Hartwell," she said slowly, "when you read those notes this morning, you recognised more than just the style, didn't you? You knew what they meant." The scholar's hesitation was brief but telling. He set down his teacup with the careful precision of someone buying time to organise thoughts too complex for casual revelation. "The references to craftsman's hidden beauty and time's true measure," he began, "are phrases that appear in several documents related to Blackwood's work. According to the records I've uncovered, Master Aldrich was commissioned to create more than a simple timepiece. He was instructed to build what the documents call a chronicle chamber, a hidden space within the tower where important records could be preserved." Miss Marple's eyes brightened with the particular interest she reserved for revelations that began to illuminate previously obscure corners. Secret room? More than that, I believe. The fragmentary description suggests that Blackwood created an elaborate mechanical system designed to protect whatever was stored within this chamber. The clock itself was merely the visible portion of a much more complex construction. Before Miss Marple could respond, the sound of footsteps on the cottage's front path announced an unexpected visitor. Through the window, she could see Miss Celia Thornfield making her way toward the door with the purposeful stride of someone who had information to share and no intention of being deflected from her mission. "Miss Thornfield," Miss Marple said as she opened the door. "How lovely to see you. Won't you join us for tea?" The retired schoolmistress entered with the brisk efficiency that had once kept entire classrooms of village children in line. Her silver hair was pinned with mathematical precision, and her dark dress bore the subtle authority of someone who had spent decades as the final arbiter of proper behaviour and accurate information. "I've been thinking about this morning's events," she announced without preamble, settling herself in Raymond's favourite armchair with the comfortable assumption of welcome that characterised long-time village residents. All this talk of mysterious clockmakers and hidden secrets. It reminded me of stories my grandmother used to tell, stories I haven't thought about in 40 years. Dr. Hartwell leaned forward with obvious interest. Stories about Master Blackwood. Oh, we never knew the name, of course. Grandmother simply called him the Master, who came in the time of troubles. But she claimed he built more than a clock in our tower. According to her tales, he created a puzzle that would guard the village's most precious secrets until the proper time came for their revelation. Miss Marple poured fresh tea for their unexpected guest. Her movements automatic, while her mind focused entirely on Miss Thornfield's words. Village folklore, she had learned, often preserved truths that formal history overlooked or deliberately obscured. "What sort of secrets?" she inquired gently. Miss Thornfield accepted her teacup with a nod of thanks. "Grandmother was never specific. You know how these old stories become. But she always insisted that when the clock stopped of its own accord, it would be a sign that someone with the proper knowledge had come to claim what the master had hidden." The three of them sat in contemplative silence for several moments, the weight of implication settling around them like evening mist. Dr. Hartwell was the first to speak, his voice carefully controlled. "Miss Thornfield, these stories your grandmother told, did they mention anything about how one might access whatever Master Blackwood concealed?" The elderly woman's eyes sparkled with the particular pleasure that comes from possessing information others desire. Indeed they did. According to grandmother, the master left instructions, a series of riddles that would guide the worthy seeker to his hidden chamber. But the riddles weren't written in any ordinary book. They were carved into the very stones of the tower, visible only to those who knew where to look. Miss Marple set down her teacup with a sudden decision. "I think," she said, "that it would be most enlightening to examine the parish records. Every village keeps accounts of significant events, and the construction of such an elaborate clock would certainly have been recorded." An hour later, the three of them stood in the musty embrace of St. Michael's archive room, surrounded by leather-bound volumes and wooden filing boxes that exhaled the dry scent of centuries. The Reverend Whitmore had provided them with access and a paraffin lamp to supplement the room's single window, then retreated to his study with the tactful discretion of someone who understood that some mysteries required privacy for their unravelling. Dr. Hartwell moved among the shelves with the confident navigation of someone accustomed to ancient record-keeping systems, while Miss Marple and Miss Thornfield began the methodical examination of the earliest parish registers. The work was slow and peaceful, punctuated only by the soft whisper of turning pages and occasional exclamations of discovery. "Here," Miss Thornfield announced after nearly an hour of careful searching, 1487. A most curious entry in the parish register. She had found a volume bound in cracked brown leather, its pages yellow with age but still clearly legible. Miss Marple joined her at the reading table, adjusting her spectacles to examine the faded ink of medieval Latin script. Anno Domini, 1487, Miss Thornfield read, her voice taking on the formal cadence of ancient records. In the month of September did Master Aldrich Blackwood, maker of temporal marvels, under circumstances most strange and troubling. His great work in the tower being complete, he was discovered in his chamber in the inn, cold as winter stone, though no mark of violence was upon him. The physic declared it a failing of the heart, yet all who knew the master spoke of his robust health and youthful vigour. Dr. Hartwell looked up from his own examination of guild records. What age was he given? Miss Thornfield consulted the register again. Here it says, though he appeared a man of perhaps 35 years, the innkeeper's wife swore he had lodged with them for nigh on 20 winters, never seeming to age a day. A collective silence fell over the small archive room as the implications of the record settled among them. Miss Marple had encountered many unusual circumstances in her years of village mystery solving, but few had carried quite this weight of the genuinely inexplicable. Most curious, she murmured. A man who doesn't age normally dies suddenly upon completing his masterwork and leaves behind a mechanism designed to guard secrets. One begins to wonder what sort of knowledge Master Blackwood possessed. Dr. Hartwell had gone quite pale. Miss Marple, there's something else you should know. In my research into medieval craftsmanship, I've encountered references to certain unconventional practices, alchemy, natural philosophy, what we might today call experimental science. Master Blackwood's name appears in several manuscripts dealing with what the medieval mind called temporal arts, attempts to understand and perhaps manipulate the nature of time itself. Before either woman could respond to this startling revelation, Miss Thornfield gave a sharp exclamation of surprise. There, tucked between the pages of the parish register like a pressed flower, lay another piece of cream-coloured paper, covered in the now familiar elegant script. "How on earth?" she whispered, lifting the paper with trembling fingers. Miss Marple examined the ancient volume carefully. The binding showed no signs of recent disturbance, and the pages themselves bore the unmistakable patina of genuine age. Yet there was no question that the paper was far more recent than the medieval manuscript that had concealed it. Dr. Hartwell accepted the note with hands that betrayed only the slightest tremor. His voice was steady as he read aloud. The master's final gift lies hidden, where the shadows dance with light, where time itself grows patient, and the hours forget their flight. Seek ye the chamber of echoes, where whispers become song, and learn the truth that waits for those who've searched for it so long. The third thread of the tapestry weaves past and present tight. The words hung in the dusty air of the archive room like incense, their meaning both tantalizing and elusive. Miss Marple found herself thinking of the tower's interior, of the play of a light and shadow through ancient stone, of spaces where echoes might indeed become something approaching song. "Doctor," she said quietly, "I believe it's time we examined the tower more closely. These riddles are clearly guiding us towards some specific location, and I suspect that location lies within the clock mechanism itself." Dr. Hartwell nodded slowly, his scholarly excitement tempered by what appeared to be genuine apprehension. "Miss Marple, I should warn you if my research is correct. If Master Blackwood truly did possess knowledge that extended beyond ordinary craftsmanship, then what we discover in that tower may challenge our understanding of what is possible." Miss Marple smiled with the quiet confidence of someone who had spent decades discovering that reality was far more flexible than most people imagined. "My dear doctor, I've found that villages are full of impossibilities, masquerading as everyday occurrences. A master clockmaker with unusual knowledge is hardly the strangest thing I've encountered in my years of observation." As they prepared to leave the archive room, Miss Thornfield paused to examine the medieval register once more. "There's one more thing," she said softly. "The final entry about Master Blackwood. It says here that on the day of his death the great clock chimed 13 times at the stroke of noon, something it had never done before and never did again until—" She looked up at her companions with wide eyes, until yesterday night, when it stopped entirely. The significance of this revelation settled over them like the deepening shadows of late afternoon. Miss Marple felt the familiar stirring of intellectual excitement that accompanied the moment when seemingly unrelated facts began to weave themselves into a coherent pattern. Master Blackwood, temporal arts, secret chambers, and a clock that marked significant moments with behaviour that defied its mechanical nature. "I think," she said, as they gathered their belongings and prepared to return to the world of gas lamps and Sunday afternoon quiet, that we're dealing with something far more complex than a simple village mystery. Master Blackwood appears to have left us a puzzle that spans centuries, and I suspect we've only just begun to understand its true scope. As they emerged from the archive room into the soft light of St. Michael's nave, the ancient stones seemed to watch them with the patient attention of witnesses who had observed centuries of human hopes and fears. The tower rose above them, its clock face still frozen at 11:47, but now that silence seemed less like an ending and more like a pause, a held breath before the revelation of secrets that had waited 500 years for the proper moment of discovery. Miss Marple looked up at the tower's shadowed heights and smiled. Tomorrow, she thought, they would climb those ancient stairs and see what Master Aldrich Blackwood had hidden, where shadows danced with light and time itself grew patient. The mystery was deepening with each revelation, but like the careful construction of a master craftsman, every piece was beginning to find its proper place in a design both elegant and profound. The game, indeed, was afoot, but it was a game that had been playing itself across centuries, waiting for players with the patience and wisdom to understand its rules. Dawn crept across Little Wickham with the patient persistence of watercolour, spreading through damp paper, transforming the village from the monochrome shadows of night into the gentle pastels of early morning. Miss Marple had risen before the first cock crowed, her mind too active with the previous day's revelations to permit restful sleep. She stood at her window, watching the mist rise from the river valley, like spirits departing the earth, while her thoughts circled around the growing mystery of Master Aldrich Blackwood and his temporal arts. Dr. Hartwell had agreed to meet her at the tower after breakfast, ostensibly to examine the clock mechanism with the expertise his academic credentials provided. Yet Miss Marple found herself increasingly curious about the good doctor's true motives. His arrival in Little Wickham had been remarkably well timed, his knowledge suspiciously specific, and his reactions to each new revelation suggested familiarity rather than discovery. In her long experience with village mysteries, Miss Marple had learned that the most interesting secrets were often hidden in plain sight, disguised as coincidence, or presented as scholarly interest. Dr. Edmund Hartwell, with his impeccable credentials and his leather satchel full of medieval documents, was beginning to remind her of other figures she had encountered, people who possessed a knowledge they were reluctant to share completely, who revealed information in carefully measured portions while concealing the true depth of their understanding. The morning air carried the scent of bacon frying at Mrs. Pemberton's kitchen, and the distant lowing of cattle being led to pasture, the familiar sounds and smells of village life continuing its ancient rhythm despite the mystery that had settled over Little Wickham like morning mist. Miss Marple dressed with particular care, selecting her most practical walking costume and sturdy boots suitable for exploring medieval stonework. When she arrived at the tower, she found Dr. Hartwell already there, standing before the ancient wooden door that led to the mechanism chamber, with the focused attention of someone reading a familiar text. His leather satchel lay open beside him, revealing not only the medieval documents she'd seen before, but also what appeared to be modern architectural drawings and several small brass instruments that gleamed with the precision of well-maintained tools. "Good morning, Doctor," she said, approaching with the unhurried pace that masked her keen observation. "I see you've come well prepared for our investigation." He straightened with a slight start as if her arrival had interrupted thoughts of unusual concentration. "Miss Marple?" "Yes. I brought some instruments that might prove useful in examining the mechanism. Medieval clockwork often incorporated features that aren't immediately apparent to casual inspection." Miss Marple noted the careful phrasing features that weren't immediately apparent suggested knowledge of what those features might be, rather than mere speculation about their possible existence. She examined the brass instruments with the polite interest of someone who appreciated fine craftsmanship, though she suspected their purpose extended beyond ordinary horological measurement. "How fascinating," she murmured. "These appear to be quite specialised tools. Do you often carry such equipment during your research tours?" A faint flush coloured Dr. Hartwell's cheeks. "One learns to be prepared for various eventualities when studying medieval craftsmanship. The masters of that era were remarkably ingenious, often incorporating mechanisms that modern scholars overlook. The wooden door to the tower opened with a groan that spoke of centuries, its iron hinges protesting, despite the obvious care with which someone the village sexton presumably had maintained the ancient metalwork. Stone steps spiralled upward into shadows that daylight had never quite managed to dispel completely, and the air that descended to meet them carried the distinctive scent of old stone and older wood, seasoned with something else, something that reminded Miss Marple of libraries and scriptoriums, of parchment and careful scholarship. "After you, Miss Marple," Dr. Hartwell said, with a courtesy that his academic upbringing had made automatic, but she noticed how his eyes lingered on the stonework of the doorway, tracing carved details that might have been decorative flourishes, or might have been something more purposeful. The climb was not arduous. Village clocks were built for accessibility by the local sexton who wound them weekly, but the narrow stairs and dim lighting required careful attention. Miss Marple was pleased to discover that her daily walks had kept her in excellent condition for such expeditions, while Dr. Hartwell climbed with the easy confidence of someone who had navigated similar towers before. They emerged into the clock chamber as morning light was beginning to filter through the narrow windows that faced the 4 cardinal directions. The mechanism itself was a marvel of medieval engineering, all brass wheels and iron gears arranged with the mathematical precision that characterised the finest craftsmanship of any era. Yet Miss Marple's attention was immediately drawn to features that seemed unusual for a simple village timepiece. "Doctor," she said quietly, "I'm no expert in horological matters, but this mechanism appears remarkably complex for a clock that merely marks the hours." Dr. Hartwell set down his satchel and withdrew what appeared to be a magnifying glass fitted with multiple lenses of different strengths. Indeed, Master Blackwood's work was known for its multifaceted nature. Village clocks of this period typically employed quite simple mechanisms, but this. He moved closer to the central mechanism, adjusting his specialised glass to examine details that would be invisible to ordinary inspection. Miss Marple watched with growing certainty that Dr. Hartwell was not discovering these complexities so much as confirming their presence. "Remarkable," he murmured, though his tone suggested satisfaction rather than surprise. "The gear ratios here are far more sophisticated than necessary for simple timekeeping, and these additional wheels, they appear to be connected to mechanisms that extend beyond the visible portion of the clockwork." Miss Marple approached the narrow windows that provided light for the chamber, ostensibly to admire the view of Little Wickham spread below them in the morning sunshine. In reality, she was positioning herself to observe Dr. Hartwell's examination, while appearing to be occupied with other matters. "The village is quite lovely from this height," she observed. "One can see the entire pattern of roads and hedgerows. I imagine Master Blackwood spent considerable time at these windows during his work, planning how his creation would fit into the life of the community." "Undoubtedly," Dr. Hartwell replied, though his attention remained fixed on the clockwork. Medieval craftsmen were deeply conscious of their role in the larger tapestry of community life. Their work was intended to serve not just immediate practical needs, but to endure across generations. As he spoke, his hands moved among the gears with practised familiarity, pressing what appeared to be a specific sequence of wheels and levers. Miss Marple, watching from the corner of her eye, saw a section of the stone wall behind the mechanism swing inward with the whisper-soft movement of perfectly balanced counterweights. "My word," Dr. Hartwell said, though his tone conveyed theatrical surprise rather than genuine amazement. "It appears Master Blackwood incorporated some sort of concealed chamber into his design." Miss Marple turned from the window with a mild interest appropriate to such a discovery. How extraordinary! I suppose medieval craftsmen often included storage spaces for their tools and materials. The revealed chamber was small but beautifully proportioned, its walls lined with what appeared to be the same cream-coloured paper on which their mysterious notes had been written. But these walls were covered with diagrams, calculations and text in multiple scripts. Latin, certainly, but also symbols and notations that spoke of specialised knowledge extending far beyond ordinary clockmaking. "Dr. Hartwell," Miss Marple said with gentle authority, "I believe it's time you explained exactly what you expected to find here." The scholar straightened slowly, his academic composure finally showing signs of strain. When he turned to face her, his expression held the careful calculation of someone deciding how much truth a situation could safely bear. "Miss Marple, perhaps I haven't been entirely forthcoming about the nature of my research." "Indeed," she replied, with the patient tone of someone who had been expecting precisely this admission. "Shall we begin with how you knew the sequence of gears that opened this chamber?" Before Dr. Hartwell could respond, the sound of footsteps on the stone stairs announced another visitor to their elevated investigation. Mrs. Pemberton's voice, slightly breathless from the climb but unmistakably determined, drifted up from the stairwell. "Miss Marple, Dr. Hartwell, are you up there? Mrs. Fletcher from the post office has something most urgent to share." The arrival of the village postmistress in the Clocktower was unusual enough to command immediate attention. Mrs. Gwyneth Fletcher was a woman who rarely left her domain behind the postal counter, considering the regular arrival and dispatch of the Royal Mail to be a sacred trust that required constant vigilance. She appeared in the chamber doorway with the dignified bearing of someone who took her responsibilities seriously, though her usually neat appearance showed signs of unusual haste. Her grey hair, normally pinned with mathematical precision, had escaped its constraints, and her postmistress's uniform bore evidence of rapid movement through village streets. "Mrs. Fletcher," Miss Marple said warmly, "how good of you to join us. Mrs. Pemberton mentioned something urgent." The postmistress nodded briskly, her attention immediately caught by the revealed chamber and its wall of mysterious documents. Indeed, Miss Marple. All this talk of Master Blackwood and his secrets reminded me of stories my own grandmother used to tell. She worked at the post office before me, and her grandmother before her. "We Fletchers have been handling Little Wickham's correspondence for 2 centuries. She paused to catch her breath and examine the clockwork mechanism with the practical eye of someone accustomed to complex systems. Grandmother always claimed that Master Blackwood's final masterpiece wasn't the clock itself, but something he built to protect the village's most important secrets. She said he died before he could complete it, but he left instructions, detailed plans that would allow someone with the proper knowledge to finish what he'd begun." Dr. Hartwell's face had gone quite pale. "Instructions? What sort of instructions?" Mrs. Fletcher's eyes sparkled with the satisfaction of someone who possessed information others desperately wanted. "According to my grandmother, they were hidden throughout the village, bits and pieces scattered in places where they'd be safe from fire or flood, or the passage of time. The post office, being one of the most stable institutions in Little Wickham, was entrusted with a particularly important portion." She reached into her official postal bag and withdrew a flat wooden box of the sort used to store valuable documents. The wood was dark with age and polished smooth by decades of careful handling, and it bore the distinctive mark of medieval craftsmanship, simple, elegant, and built to endure. "This has been in our family's keeping for generations," she said, offering the box to Miss Marple with obvious reluctance. "Grandmother always said it should only be opened when the seeker with true understanding arrived in the village. Given the morning's discoveries, I believe that time has come." Miss Marple accepted the box with the reverence appropriate to such a trust, noting its surprising weight and the subtle complexity of its joinery. The lid bore an inscription in the elegant script they had come to associate with Master Blackwood's work, for those who would complete what love began. Inside, nestled in velvet that had faded from rich blue to gentle grey, lay a collection of parchment sheets covered with diagrams, calculations and instructions written in multiple languages. But what immediately caught Miss Marple's attention was a 4th note, written on the same cream-coloured paper as the others, placed precisely on top of the ancient documents, as if it had been added recently. Dr. Hartwell leaned forward with obvious eagerness as Miss Marple lifted the note and read its contents aloud. The fourth thread draws near completion as past and present weave their dance. The master's gift awaits its guardian, prepared through patient circumstances. Seek ye the chamber of reflections where truth and shadow meet, and learn the secret of the craftsman whose work makes time complete. The silence that followed was pregnant with implications that each of them interpreted differently. Miss Marple found herself studying Dr. Hartwell's face with the attention she usually reserved for suspects in more conventional mysteries, noting the complex mixture of anticipation and apprehension that played across his features. "Doctor," she said quietly, "I believe the time has come for complete honesty. You didn't arrive in Little Wickham by coincidence, did you? You came here because you already knew what Master Blackwood had hidden, and you've been waiting for the proper moment to claim it." Mrs. Fletcher gasped audibly, while Mrs. Pemberton's eyes widened with the particular satisfaction that village dwellers reserve for the confirmation of long-held suspicions. But Dr. Hartwell merely nodded, with the weary resignation of someone who had been carrying a secret for too long. "You're quite right, Miss Marple. I am indeed descended from Master Aldrich Blackwood, not directly, but through his younger brother, who preserved the family traditions and waited for someone worthy to emerge who could complete the master's final work." He gestured toward the ancient documents Mrs. Fletcher had revealed. These instructions, combined with similar caches hidden throughout the village and others that have been preserved by my family, contain the plans for Master Blackwood's greatest achievement, a device that could, quite literally, preserve moments in time for future generations to experience as if they were present when those moments occurred. Miss Marple felt the familiar stirring of intellectual excitement that accompanied revelations of genuinely extraordinary scope. "You're suggesting that Master Blackwood created some sort of temporal recording device?" "More than that," Dr. Hartwell replied, his academic reserve finally giving way to obvious enthusiasm. "He created a system that could capture not just the visual record of significant events, but the complete sensory experience, sight, sound, even the emotional resonance of crucial moments in Little Wickham's history." The clock was merely the visible portion of a much more complex construction, designed to operate across centuries. Mrs. Pemberton, who had been following this exchange with the determined attention of someone who refused to be confused by matters beyond her immediate experience, raised a practical question. But if Master Blackwood died before completing this marvel, how is it that these notes continue to appear? Someone must be placing them, and someone must have access to areas of the tower that have been sealed for centuries. The question hung in the morning air like incense, demanding an answer that none of them seemed prepared to provide. Miss Marple examined the ancient documents more closely, noting marginalia and corrections that suggested a living tradition of scholarship, rather than mere historical preservation. "Dr. Hartwell," she said slowly, "how long have you been working to complete Master Blackwood's design?" His answer came with the quiet intensity of someone confessing a lifelong obsession. 20 years, Miss Marple. 20 years of research, of gathering scattered fragments of his work, of learning the skills necessary to understand what he was attempting. The clock mechanism we see here is actually functional. It's been recording selected moments in Little Wickham's history for 5 centuries, waiting for someone with the knowledge to access those preserved experiences. As if summoned by his words, the ancient clock mechanism began to emit a soft humming sound, barely audible but distinctly present. The gears that had been frozen since Saturday night started to move with liquid precision, and somewhere within the complex arrangement of brass and iron, other mechanisms, older and more mysterious, stirred to life after decades of patient waiting. Miss Marple watched this resurrection of ancient machinery with the calm acceptance of someone who had learned that reality was far more flexible than most people imagined. Master Blackwood's temporal arts were revealing themselves as something far more sophisticated than simple clockmaking, and Dr. Hartwell's role in the mystery was proving to be considerably more complex than that of a mere academic researcher. "I think," she said, as the humming grew slightly stronger and the first tentative chimes of the restored clock began to mark the morning hours, "that we're about to discover what Master Aldrich Blackwood meant when he spoke of making time complete." The mystery that had begun with silence was transforming into something far more profound, a revelation that would challenge their understanding not just of Little Wickham's history, but of the very nature of time itself. Evening settled over Little Wickham with the gentle persistence of silk being drawn across a window, transforming the familiar landscape of thatched cottages and ancient stone into something that existed in the liminal space between day and dream. Miss Marple sat in her nephew's parlour, her knitting needles clicking their quiet rhythm as she worked on a new project, a delicate lacework shawl that required the sort of patient attention that left her mind free to consider the extraordinary revelations of the day. Dr. Hartwell had departed after their discovery in the clock chamber, with a promise to return at 11 o'clock, armed with additional equipment that would, he claimed, allow them to witness whatever mysterious activities were taking place in the tower during the night hours. His manner had been that of someone preparing for an event he both anticipated and dreaded, carrying with it the weight of 20 years' preparation finally approaching its culmination. Miss Marple found herself thinking about the nature of time as her fingers worked the intricate patterns of the lace. In her decades of village observation, she had come to understand that time was not the simple, linear progression that most people imagined. Village life taught patience with deeper rhythms, the slow accumulation of seasons, the gradual changes that transformed families and traditions, the way certain moments seemed to echo across generations like ripples in a still pond. Master Blackwood's temporal arts, as Dr. Hartwell had described them, suggested an understanding of time that went far beyond the mechanical marking of hours. The possibility that moments could be preserved, that experiences could be captured and replayed across centuries, spoke to mysteries that touched the very foundation of human experience. The clock on Raymond's mantelpiece, a modest Victorian timepiece that bore no resemblance to the ancient marvel in the tower, chimed 10:30 with its familiar brass voice. Miss Marple set aside her knitting and prepared for the night's vigil with the methodical care of someone who had learned that preparation was often the difference between revelation and disappointment. She dressed warmly but quietly, selecting dark clothing that would blend with shadows and sturdy boots that would provide secure footing on ancient stone. From her carpet bag she withdrew a small electric torch of the sort that had proven invaluable during previous nocturnal investigations, along with a thermos of hot tea and a packet of biscuits, provisions that spoke to her practical understanding of the requirements of extended observation. The village lay wrapped in the deep quiet that comes only to places where electric lighting had not yet banished the profound darkness of night. Gas lamps created islands of amber warmth along the main road, but beyond their reach, Little Wickham existed in the silver-touched mystery of starlight and shadow. Miss Marple made her way toward the church with the careful silence of someone who understood that night belonged to different rules than those that governed daylight hours. Dr. Hartwell was waiting near the lich gate, his own preparations evident in the dark clothing and the substantial leather case he carried, but there was something different about his manner, a nervous energy that suggested anticipation mixed with genuine apprehension. "Miss Marple," he whispered as she approached, "I should perhaps warn you that what we may witness tonight could challenge your understanding of what is possible. Master Blackwood's work existed at the boundaries of natural philosophy, and the mechanisms he created don't always behave according to conventional expectations." Miss Marple smiled in the darkness, her voice carrying the quiet confidence of someone who had spent years discovering that reality was far more flexible than most people imagined. "My dear doctor, I've found that villages are full of impossibilities masquerading as everyday occurrences. I suspect I'm better prepared for the unconventional than you might expect. They positioned themselves in the shadow of the ancient yew trees that surrounded St. Michael's, their massive trunks providing concealment while offering clear views of both the tower and the various approaches to the church. Dr. Hartwell opened his leather case to reveal instruments that gleamed with the precision of scientific equipment. Devices for measuring magnetic fields, temperature variations, and other phenomena that spoke to his understanding of whatever forces Master Blackwood had employed in his temporal arts. The wait was peaceful rather than tense, filled with the gentle sounds of night in the English countryside, the soft hoot of owls calling from the church spire, the distant rustle of small creatures in the hedgerows, the whisper of wind through ancient stone. Miss Marple found herself thinking of all the nights across centuries when other watchers had maintained similar vigils in this same place, observers drawn by mysteries that demanded patient attention for their revelation. At precisely 11:15, the first signs of unusual activity began to manifest themselves. Dr. Hartwell's instruments registered readings that made him lean forward with sudden attention, while Miss Marple observed subtle changes in the quality of light around the tower that spoke to forces beyond ordinary illumination. The clock face, which had remained dark and silent since Saturday night, began to emit a soft, phosphorescent glow that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of a gentle heartbeat. The light was not harsh or dramatic, but rather resembled the quality of illumination that filtered through stained glass windows, transforming the ancient stonework into something that existed between the material and the ethereal. Remarkable, Dr. Hartwell whispered his voice, carrying the awe of someone witnessing the culmination of years of research. The temporal field is beginning to establish itself. Master Blackwood designed the mechanism to activate at specific times, and 11:47 appears to be one of those crucial moments. As if responding to his words, delicate sounds began to emerge from within the tower, the whisper of perfectly balanced gears moving with liquid precision, the soft chiming of brass against brass, and underneath it all something that sounded remarkably like music. Not the simple mechanical rhythm of ordinary clockwork, but a complex harmony that spoke to mathematical relationships, too sophisticated for casual understanding. Miss Marple felt the familiar stirring of intellectual excitement that accompanied moments of genuine revelation. "Doctor, I believe it's time we investigated more closely. Whatever is happening in that tower, we're clearly intended to witness it." They approached the tower with careful steps, Doctor, Hartwell's instruments recording readings that made him shake his head in wonder, while Miss Marple observed the way shadows seemed to dance and flow around the ancient structure, with choreographed precision. The wooden door that led to the clock chamber stood slightly ajar, though both of them clearly remembered securing it after their afternoon investigation. The ascent of the spiral stairs took on a dreamlike quality, as the sounds from above grew more distinct and the phosphorescent glow strengthened. Each step seemed to carry them not just higher in physical space, but deeper into a mystery that spanned centuries of patient waiting. The air itself felt different, charged with potential energy, carrying scents that reminded Miss Marple of libraries and workshops, of parchment and brass shavings, and something else that might have been the very essence of time itself. They emerged into the clock chamber to discover that the space had been transformed. The mechanical complexity they had observed that morning was now active and purposeful, every gear and wheel moving in harmony with the others, while additional mechanisms previously hidden or inactive revealed themselves through panels that slid open with whispered precision. But it was not the clockwork that commanded their immediate attention. Standing before the opened panel that concealed Master Blackwood's secret chamber was a figure in medieval dress, working with delicate instruments at what appeared to be an elaborate construction of brass crystal and materials that defied immediate identification. The figure moved with the focused concentration of someone completing work that had waited centuries for proper attention, hands moving among the mechanism's components with practiced familiarity, while humming a melody that seemed to harmonize with the tower's musical clockwork. Miss Marple and Dr. Hartwell stood transfixed, hardly daring to breathe as they witnessed what appeared to be Master Aldrich Blackwood himself, preserved across 5 centuries through means that challenged every assumption about the nature of life and death and time. The medieval craftsman looked up from his work with a smile that held both welcome and gentle amusement, as if their arrival had been not just expected but planned for with mathematical precision. "Good evening," he said in accented English that carried the cadences of an earlier century. "I trust you found the notes informative. I do apologise for the rather elaborate nature of the invitation, but temporal mechanics require such careful orchestration." Dr. Hartwell's instruments clattered to the stone floor as his hands trembled with the shock of direct confrontation with impossibility made manifest. Miss Marple, however, stepped forward with the composed courtesy that had served her well through decades of village social interactions. "Master Blackwood, I presume? I am Jane Marple, and this is Dr. Edmund Hartwell, who I believe you know through family connections." The medieval craftsman's smile deepened as he set aside his delicate tools and turned to face them fully. In the phosphorescent light of the activated mechanism, his features appeared both ancient and timeless, marked by the particular blend of wisdom and craftsmanship that characterized the greatest artisans of any era. "Indeed, Miss Marple, and young Edmund, though I suppose 5 centuries of separation makes the family relationship somewhat distant. I have been waiting for someone with both the knowledge and the proper understanding to complete what I began so long ago." He gestured toward his work area, where an elaborate construction of brass and crystal and what appeared to be carefully cut gems was taking shape under his patient attention. The device resembled no clockwork Miss Marple had ever seen, incorporating elements that suggested both mechanical precision and artistic beauty in proportions that spoke to purposes beyond simple measurement. "I'm afraid my death was rather poorly timed," Master Blackwood continued with the mild regret of someone discussing a minor scheduling inconvenience. "The temporal preservation field was not yet complete when my physical form succumbed to the strains of working with forces that mortal flesh was not designed to endure. However, the mechanism itself provided a means of maintaining my essential self until someone could arrive to complete the construction." Dr. Hartwell found his voice with obvious effort. "You've been waiting here for 500 years? "Not precisely waiting, Edmund. Time moves differently when one exists partially outside its normal flow. From my perspective, you arrived only moments after I began this phase of the work. The years between have passed like pages turning in a book I was not required to read." Master Blackwood returned to his construction with movements that spoke of total familiarity with both the work and the materials. The device you see taking shape is designed to preserve not just moments in time, but the complete experience of those moments, what the philosophers might call the full reality of human consciousness as it encounters significant events. Little Wickham has been chosen as the repository for such preservation because of its remarkable stability across centuries. Miss Marple watched the craftsman's work with the fascination of someone witnessing the creation of something genuinely unprecedented. And the purpose of such preservation? Knowledge, Miss Marple, understanding, the ability to learn from the accumulated wisdom of generations rather than being forced to rediscover truth through repeated error. Imagine if the great minds of history could share their insights directly with their successors, if the crucial moments of human development could be experienced rather than merely studied. As he spoke, his hands continued their delicate manipulation of the device's components, adjusting settings and alignments with the precision of someone who understood exactly what each element contributed to the whole. The phosphorescent glow strengthened, and the musical harmony of the clockwork seemed to reach towards some perfect resolution. The final calibrations require both technical knowledge and what I call temporal sensitivity, the ability to perceive the deeper currents that flow beneath the surface of ordinary time. Edmund possesses technical knowledge through his studies and his family heritage. You, Miss Marple, possess the sensitivity through your years of patient observation and your understanding of how small events weave themselves into larger patterns. Miss Marple felt a thrill of recognition as the master craftsman's words illuminated connections she had sensed but not fully understood. Her decades of village mystery solving had indeed taught her to perceive patterns that others overlooked, to understand how seemingly unrelated events could be part of larger designs that revealed themselves only to patient observation. "What would you have us do?" she asked, stepping closer to the remarkable construction that was nearing completion under Master Blackwood's expert attention. "Place your hands here," he instructed, indicating specific positions on the device's crystal and brass surface. The final activation requires the conscious participation of those who understand the responsibility being undertaken. You will be creating a bridge between past and future, allowing wisdom to flow across centuries in ways that could transform human understanding itself. Dr. Hartwell moved to join them, his academic excitement finally overcoming his shock at the situation's impossibility. "Master, what exactly will happen when the device is activated?" "Little Wickham will become a living library," Master Blackwood replied, his voice carrying the satisfaction of someone describing the culmination of life's greatest work. Moments of significance from across its history will be preserved and accessible to future generations. The tower will serve as a focal point for temporal preservation that will extend throughout the village, capturing the wisdom and experience of ordinary people living extraordinary lives. Miss Marple placed her hands on the indicated crystal surface, feeling immediate warmth that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Dr. Hartwell joined her, and the moment their combined touch connected with Master Blackwood's final adjustments, the device burst into harmonious life. Light flowed through crystal channels with liquid precision. Brass components aligned themselves with audible satisfaction, and throughout the tower, mechanisms that had waited 5 centuries for completion finally achieved their intended purpose. The experience was both profound and gentle, like watching sunrise transform a familiar landscape into something touched by eternal beauty. "It is finished," Master Blackwood said with quiet satisfaction. "The work that began with love has been completed through understanding. Little Wickham is now preserved for all time, its moments of wisdom available to any who approach with proper reverence and genuine need." As the device settled into its permanent operation, its glow softening to a gentle luminescence that spoke of sustainable function rather than dramatic activation, Master Blackwood began to fade with the same gradual dissolution that characterized dawn mist touched by strengthening sunlight. "My part in this work is complete," he said, his voice carrying the peace of someone whose life's purpose has been fulfilled. "The device will operate according to its design, preserving and sharing the accumulated wisdom of generations. Guard it well and use its gifts wisely." Miss Marple and Dr. Hartwell stood in the renewed silence of the clock chamber, surrounded by mechanisms that now hummed with purpose and possibility. Through the narrow windows, the first pale light of dawn was beginning to touch the horizon, marking the end of a night that had transformed their understanding of time itself. The mystery that had begun with the simple silence of a stopped clock had revealed itself to be something far more profound, a gift from the past to the future, a means of preserving the precious moments of human wisdom that might otherwise be lost to the inevitable passage of time. Dawn broke over Little Wickham with the gentle persistence of watercolour spreading through morning mist, transforming the village from the silver mystery of night into the gold-touched reality of a new day. Miss Marple stood at the narrow window of the clock chamber, watching the familiar landscape emerge from darkness, while her mind worked through the extraordinary events they had witnessed. The temporal preservation device hummed quietly in its alcove, its gentle luminescence now a permanent addition to the ancient tower's mysterious beauty. Dr. Hartwell sat on a wooden stool that must have been placed there centuries ago by Master Blackwood himself, his head in his hands as he struggled to process the reality of what they had accomplished. "Miss Marple," he said finally, his voice carrying the exhausted satisfaction of someone who had reached the end of a very long journey, "I suppose I owe you the complete truth about my presence in Little Wickham." She turned from the window with the patient attention she had always given to confessions, whether they came from village gossips or mysterious scholars who appeared with remarkable timing during supernatural investigations. "I suspect," she said gently, "that your arrival here was more calculated than you initially suggested." Dr. Hartwell managed a rueful smile as he lifted his head to meet her gaze. "Indeed it was. You see, Master Aldrich Blackwood was not merely a subject of my academic research. He was my ancestor, my great-great-grandfather, many times removed. The family has maintained records of his work for 5 centuries, passing down not just the knowledge of what he had accomplished, but also the responsibility for completing what he had begun." He reached into his leather satchel and withdrew a slim volume bound in dark leather, its pages yellow with age but still clearly legible. This is the Hartwell Chronicle, a record maintained by every generation of our family since Master Blackwood's death. Each keeper has added their own discoveries, their own attempts to understand and locate the temporal preservation device. Miss Marple accepted the chronicle with appropriate reverence, noting the multiple hands that had contributed to its contents over the centuries. The early entries were in medieval Latin, gradually transitioning through various forms of English as successive generations had added their own research and speculation. My grandfather spent 40 years searching for clues to the device's location, Dr. Hartwell continued. My father devoted his entire academic career to understanding the theoretical principles behind Master Blackwood's temporal arts. I am the first in our family line to actually succeed in locating and activating the device. And the notes? Miss Marple inquired, though she suspected she already knew the answer. My way of drawing attention to the tower without arousing suspicion about my true motives. I needed the village to become aware that something unusual was happening, to create the social conditions that would allow me to investigate openly. A mysterious mechanical failure and cryptic notes would naturally attract curiosity without suggesting anything too far outside the bounds of ordinary experience. Miss Marple nodded thoughtfully as she examined the chronicle's pages. The dedication evident in generation after generation of careful research was both admirable and touching an entire family devoted to preserving and completing the work of their remarkable ancestor. Yet something in Dr. Hartwell's explanation troubled her, with the subtle wrongness that had always alerted her to important details being overlooked or deliberately concealed. She had spent too many years observing human nature to accept even the most plausible explanations without careful examination. Dr. Hartwell, she said, closing the chronicle and returning it to him with careful hands. Your family's dedication is truly admirable, but I find myself curious about the timing of your arrival in Little Wickham. You mentioned following a trail of documents that led you here, yet you seem to have known quite specifically when to expect the device's activation. A flush coloured the scholar's cheeks as he returned the chronicle to his satchel. Well, yes. The family records included calculations Master Blackwood had made about optimal times for temporal field activation. The summer solstice period has always been significant for such work, and this particular year marked the 500th anniversary of his death. Miss Marple walked slowly around the chamber, her keen eyes taking in details that the previous night's extraordinary events had prevented her from examining closely. The stone walls bore the accumulated dust and wear of centuries, yet certain areas showed signs of more recent disturbance. Fresh scratches on the floor near the hidden panel, fingerprints in dust that should have remained undisturbed for decades. Most interesting, she murmured, pausing near the area where Master Blackwood's preserved form had worked to complete his temporal device. Dr. Hartwell, when did you first gain access to this chamber? The scholar's hesitation was brief but telling. Yesterday was actually the first time I successfully activated the opening mechanism. I had studied the gear sequences from the family records, but theoretical knowledge and practical application are quite different matters. Miss Marple knelt beside the stone floor, her experienced eye noting details that spoke to recent and repeated visits. I see. Yet these scuff marks on the floor suggest that someone has been moving about this space regularly for some time, and this dust pattern indicates that the hidden panel has been opened and closed multiple times in recent weeks. Dr. Hartwell rose from his stool with obvious reluctance, his academic composure beginning to show signs of strain. Miss Marple, perhaps I haven't been entirely forthcoming about all the circumstances surrounding my research. Indeed, she replied with the gentle authority of someone who had heard similar admissions many times before. Perhaps you might explain how you came to place the fourth note in the ancient parish register, the one that appeared between pages that hadn't been disturbed in decades. The silence that followed was pregnant with implications that extended far beyond simple academic deception. Miss Marple watched Dr. Hartwell's face with the attention she had always devoted to suspects who were reconsidering how much truth a situation could safely accommodate. The truth is, he said finally, I've been visiting Little Wickham periodically for the past 3 years. Not openly, you understand. Brief trips under various pretexts, always careful to avoid creating a pattern that might attract attention. I needed time to study the tower's construction, to understand how Master Blackwood's mechanisms functioned. And during these visits, you discovered that the chamber was already accessible. Dr. Hartwell nodded reluctantly. The opening mechanism responds to anyone with Blackwood family blood. I found I could activate it quite easily once I understood the proper sequence. But Miss Marple, I was not the first to discover this fact. Miss Marple felt the familiar stirring of intellectual excitement that accompanied the moment when a mystery revealed its true complexity. You found evidence that someone else had been using the chamber. More than evidence, I found them there. 3 years ago, during my first successful entry, I discovered that Little Wickham's secret was already known to someone else. Someone who had been using Master Blackwood's workshop for purposes I initially couldn't understand. He walked to the temporal preservation device, now humming quietly in its alcove, and indicated subtle modifications that Miss Marple had not noticed during the previous night's dramatic activation. These adjustments to the device's configuration are not part of Master Blackwood's original design. Someone with considerable knowledge of temporal mechanics has been refining and improving the mechanism, preparing it for activation with a sophistication that goes far beyond medieval understanding. Miss Marple examined the indicated modifications with growing fascination. The work was clearly modern, incorporating materials and techniques that spoke to 20th century scientific knowledge, yet integrated so seamlessly with the medieval construction that the results seemed entirely natural. "Who?" she asked simply. Dr. Hartwell's answer came with the careful precision of someone who had spent 3 years wrestling with implications too extraordinary for casual belief. Miss Celia Thornfield. The name hung in the chamber's luminescent air like incense, transforming Miss Marple's understanding of everything that had occurred since her arrival in Little Wickham. The retired schoolmistress, with her precise grey hair and her stories of grandmother's folklore, had been far more than a repository of village memory. "Miss Thornfield," Miss Marple repeated thoughtfully. "The woman who provided us with such helpful historical information. The keeper of traditional stories about Master Blackwood's work. The woman who's been secretly completing Master Blackwood's temporal preservation project for the past 30 years, Dr. Hartwell corrected. Miss Marple, Celia Thornfield is perhaps the most gifted natural philosopher of our generation. Her apparent retirement from teaching was actually a carefully constructed cover for work that extends far beyond ordinary academic research." Miss Marple found herself remembering her afternoon spent discussing literature with the elegant schoolmistress, recalling the subtle indicators of knowledge that extended far beyond what formal education alone could provide. The casual references to scientific principles, the familiarity with historical details that suggested direct rather than scholarly knowledge, the way her eyes had seemed to assess rather than merely observe. "The notes," she said with growing understanding, "they weren't your creation, were they? They were Miss Thornfield's way of orchestrating events to ensure that the device would be completed at the proper time." Exactly. She'd been waiting for someone with the proper family heritage to appear, someone who could provide the final element necessary for the device's activation. When I began my research into Master Blackwood's work, publishing papers that demonstrated both knowledge and dedication, she began monitoring my progress. Dr. Hartwell's expression held the complex mixture of admiration and chagrin that characterized someone who had discovered they were being managed by a superior intellect. My arrival in Little Wickham was orchestrated with mathematical precision. The clock's failure, the mysterious notes, even our encounter in the church, everything was designed to create the conditions necessary for completing Master Blackwood's work. Miss Marple walked slowly around the chamber once more. Her understanding of recent events undergoing fundamental revision tend to develop the scientific knowledge necessary to complete his work. The remaining years have been spent in preparation, waiting for the proper circumstances and the right participants to ensure that the device could be activated safely and purposefully. Miss Marple sipped her tea thoughtfully, appreciating both its quality and the calm competence of the woman who had orchestrated their remarkable adventure. And now that the device is operational, what happens next? Miss Thornfield returned to her seat with the measured grace that had once commanded classroom attention across decades of teaching. Now, Miss Marple, Little Wickham becomes what Master Blackwood always intended it to be, a living repository of human wisdom and experience. The temporal preservation field will capture and maintain the most significant moments of village life, creating a resource that future generations can access to understand how their ancestors lived and thought and felt. The implications of such a gift were profound beyond immediate comprehension. Miss Marple found herself thinking of all the village mysteries she had encountered over the years, of the human dramas that played out in small communities where everyone knew everyone else's business, but few understood the deeper currents that shaped individual lives. "A remarkable legacy," she said finally. "Master Blackwood would be proud to know that his work has been completed by someone who shared his vision of preserving wisdom across time." Miss Thornfield's expression grew thoughtful as she gazed toward the window that overlooked the village green and the tower beyond. "I like to think he knows, Miss Marple. Time, as we discovered last night, is far more flexible than most people imagine. Past and present and future are not separate countries, but different rooms in the same vast house of human experience." As the morning progressed, and their conversation revealed the full extent of Miss Thornfield's remarkable achievement, Miss Marple found herself filled with admiration for the dedication and intelligence that had made such a project possible. The mystery that had begun with the simple silence of a stopped clock had revealed itself to be something far more profound, a testament to the power of human patience, wisdom, and the desire to preserve what was most valuable for future generations. Little Wickham would never be quite the same, though its transformation would be invisible to casual observation. The temporal preservation device would continue its quiet work, creating a library of human experience that could teach and inspire across centuries. And Miss Marple, returning to her nephew's cottage for a well-earned rest, carried with her the satisfaction of having participated in something that would benefit humanity for generations to come. The afternoon sun filtered through Little Wickham's ancient trees, with the golden languor of honey poured from a celestial spoon, casting dancing patterns of light and shadow across the village green as Miss Marple, Dr. Hartwell and Miss Thornfield made their way back to the tower. The revelation of Miss Thornfield's 43 years of patient work had added new depths to their understanding, but Miss Marple's instincts suggested that one final layer of the mystery remained to be uncovered. "Miss Thornfield," she said as they paused near the tower's base, "I find myself curious about the practical maintenance of Master Blackwood's mechanisms. Such complex machinery would require regular attention across the centuries, yet the village records make no mention of specialised clockwork maintenance beyond the usual sexton's duties." The retired schoolmistress smiled with the particular satisfaction of someone whose careful preparations were being appreciated by a worthy intellect. "Indeed, Miss Marple, the temporal preservation device was only part of Master Blackwood's legacy to Little Wickham. His journal, which I discovered in the hidden chamber 15 years ago, revealed that he had accepted responsibility for protecting far more than his own remarkable inventions. They climbed the now familiar spiral stairs with the easy familiarity of frequent visitors, though the tower seemed different in the afternoon light, less mysterious perhaps, but no less remarkable for having revealed its secrets. The temporal preservation device hummed quietly in its alcove, its gentle luminescence a permanent reminder of the extraordinary events they had witnessed. Miss Thornfield moved to a section of the chamber wall that appeared identical to all the others, running her fingers along what seemed to be decorative carving until she found the proper sequence of pressure points. Another hidden panel swung open with the whisper-soft precision that characterized Master Blackwood's craftsmanship, revealing a narrow passage that extended deeper into the tower's structure. "The workshop proper," she explained, indicating the passage with the pride of someone revealing. Miss Thornfield had not been a helpful source of historical information. She had been the architect of the entire mystery, guiding them toward discoveries she had long since made herself. "But why the elaborate charade?" Miss Marple asked. "If Miss Thornfield possessed the knowledge and ability to complete the device herself, why involve us at all?" "Because the temporal preservation field requires what Master Blackwood called conscious resonance. The willing participation of individuals who understand both the technical and philosophical implications of what is being created. Miss Thornfield could provide the scientific expertise, but she needed others who could contribute the human understanding necessary for the device to fulfill its intended purpose. The explanation settled around them with the weight of revelation, transforming the previous night's mystical encounter into something more complex and purposeful. Master Blackwood's preserved consciousness had been real enough, but his appearance had been facilitated by Miss Thornfield's careful preparations and orchestrated to occur when the proper participants had been assembled. "Dr. Hartwell," Miss Marple said with gentle authority, "I believe it's time we paid a visit to Miss Thornfield. If she has been the true architect of these events, she deserves the opportunity to explain her methods and her motives." They descended the tower's spiral stairs in contemplative silence, each lost in thoughts that required considerable adjustment to accommodate the revealed complexity of their situation. The morning light streaming through the ancient windows seemed to illuminate not just stone and wood, but the intricate human motivations that had shaped the mystery they had just solved. Little Wickham lay peaceful in the early sunshine, its thatched cottages and garden walls showing no sign that the night had witnessed events that challenged the fundamental nature of time itself. Yet Miss Marple understood that the village had been transformed in ways that would reveal themselves gradually, as future generations discovered the remarkable gift that Master Blackwood's temporal preservation device represented. Miss Thornfield's cottage stood at the far end of the village green, its rose-covered walls and neat garden speaking to the same careful attention to detail that had characterized her management of the evening's revelations. Smoke rose from the chimney with the domestic promise of breakfast being prepared, and the morning glory that climbed the front porch showed signs of having been watered with recent care. Miss Marple approached the front door with the unhurried pace of someone who understood that the most important conversations required proper preparation. When Miss Thornfield answered her knock, the retired schoolmistress showed no surprise at their early morning visit. Indeed, her expression suggested she had been expecting them. "Miss Marple, Dr. Hartwell," she said with calm satisfaction. "I trust the night's work proceeded satisfactorily. Please do come in. I have tea prepared, and I suspect we have a great deal to discuss." The cottage's interior reflected its owner's dual nature as both village schoolmistress and secret natural philosopher. Comfortable furnishings and domestic details coexisted with scientific instruments and reference books that spoke to decades of serious research. The overall effect was both welcoming and intellectually stimulating, the perfect environment for conversations that bridged the practical and the theoretical. "Miss Thornfield," Miss Marple said, as they settled themselves around a tea table that bore the comfortable marks of long use, "I believe congratulations are in order. Your orchestration of recent events has been nothing short of masterful." The older woman's smile held the quiet satisfaction of someone whose life's work had reached successful completion. "Thank you, Miss Marple, though I must say, your participation exceeded even my most optimistic expectations. Master Blackwood's device required not just technical expertise, but the kind of human wisdom that comes from years of careful observation and patient understanding." Dr. Hartwell accepted his teacup with hands that still trembled slightly from the night's extraordinary experiences. "Miss Thornfield, how long have you known about the temporal preservation device?" "I discovered its existence 43 years ago, during my first year as Little Wickham's schoolmistress," she replied with the precise recall that characterized a mind accustomed to managing complex information. "I was researching village history for a lesson on local traditions when I found references in the church records that didn't match the official historical accounts." She rose from her chair and moved to a bookshelf filled with volumes that appeared to chronicle decades of careful research. "It took me 15 years to understand the full scope of what Master Blackwood had created, and another, a treasured discovery. Master Blackwood's journal described it as his sanctuary of contemplation, the place where he conducted his most delicate work and recorded his deepest thoughts about the nature of time and human experience. The passage was barely wide enough for one person, its walls smooth stone that had been carved with the precision of cathedral masons. At intervals, small alcoves held brass oil lamps that Miss Thornfield lit with practised efficiency, filling the narrow space with warm, dancing light that revealed the passage's true length and complexity. They emerged into a chamber that took Miss Marple's breath away with its unexpected beauty and sophistication. The room was larger than the clock chamber above, its vaulted ceiling supported by pillars carved with intricate designs that seemed to blend mathematical precision with organic flowing forms. Workbenches lined the walls, their surfaces covered with tools and materials that spoke to craftsmanship of the highest order. But it was not the workshop's beauty that commanded immediate attention. It was the magnificent leather-bound tome that lay open on a central reading stand, its pages filled with Master Blackwood's elegant script and detailed diagrams that revealed the full scope of his remarkable vision. His journal, Dr. Hartwell breathed, approaching the ancient book with the reverence appropriate to such a discovery. Miss Thornfield, this is extraordinary. The implications for our understanding of medieval science and philosophy are considerable, Miss Thornfield agreed, but the journal contains more than theoretical insights. Master Blackwood was commissioned by the Lord of the Manor not only to create the temporal preservation device, but to serve as guardian for treasures that needed protection during a period of considerable political upheaval. Miss Marple examined the workshop more closely, noting details that spoke to purposes beyond simple clockmaking. Several of the wall alcoves contained items that gleamed with the distinctive lustre of precious metals, while others held objects wrapped in silk cloth that suggested both age and considerable value. Medieval guild treasures, Miss Thornfield explained, unwrapping one of the silk-covered objects to reveal a chalice of breathtaking beauty, its gold surface inlaid with gems that caught the lamplight like captured stars. The clockmakers, goldsmiths and jewellers' guilds were facing dissolution due to political changes that threatened their traditional protections. Master Blackwood was entrusted with preserving their most precious artefacts until such time as they could be safely returned or passed to worthy successors. The chamber held dozens of such treasures, ceremonial cups and plates, intricate jewellery, tools of craftsmanship that represented centuries of accumulated skill and artistry. Each piece bore the distinctive marks of master craftsmen who had devoted their lives to creating objects of both beauty and function. The irony, Miss Thornfield continued as they explored the remarkable collection, is that the political upheaval Master Blackwood feared never fully materialised. The guild survived, though in changed forms, but by then the location of their preserved treasures had been lost to official record. Master Blackwood's death left only cryptic references in his journal about guardians who would understand the sacred trust of preservation. Dr. Hartwell looked up from his examination of the journal's detailed entries. But surely someone has been maintaining this workshop across the centuries. These lamps show recent use, and the mechanism above has clearly received irregular attention. Indeed, came a gentle voice from the passage entrance, though I fear I've been rather remiss in my introductions. They turned to see a figure silhouetted in the passage entrance, someone whose presence was so naturally unobtrusive that he seemed almost to blend with the stone walls themselves. As he stepped into the lamplight, Miss Marple recognised him as Thomas Wickham, the village sexton, whose quiet competence had kept St. Michael's in perfect condition for longer than anyone could remember. Mr. Wickham, Miss Marple said with the warm recognition of someone greeting an old friend, though they had barely exchanged words during her stay in Little Wickham. I suspect you have considerably more to tell us than your modest demeanour might suggest. Sexton's smile transformed his unremarkable features with quiet dignity and unmistakable intelligence. He was perhaps 60 years of age, with the lean build and careful movements of someone who had spent decades working with delicate mechanisms and precious objects. His clothing marked him as a working man, but his manner spoke to knowledge and responsibility that extended far beyond ordinary ecclesiastical maintenance. "Thomas Wickham," he said, extending a hand marked by decades of skilled labour. "Though my family name is actually Blackwood, Thomas Blackwood Wickham, great-nephew of Master Aldrich, and hereditary guardian of the workshop and its contents." The revelation settled over them with the gentle satisfaction of a puzzle piece finding its proper place. Miss Marple had suspected that the tower's remarkable preservation required more than casual maintenance. but the presence of a direct family descendant who had devoted his life to protecting Master Aldrich's legacy added new depth to the story's human dimensions. "Mr. Wickham," Dr. Hartwell said with obvious excitement, "you've been maintaining the mechanisms all these years? The temporal preservation device, the clockwork, the workshop itself." "My family has served as guardian since Master Aldrich's death," Thomas replied with the quiet pride of someone whose life's work connected him to something larger than individual achievement. "The knowledge and responsibility have passed from generation to generation, though we've always been careful to avoid attracting attention to our true role. Village sextons are expected to be competent with clocks and mechanical devices. It provides perfect cover for more specialised maintenance." He moved among the workshop's treasures with obvious familiarity, adjusting the position of certain items and checking details that spoke to regular careful inspection. "When Miss Thornfield discovered the chamber 15 years ago, I was initially concerned that our family's trust had been compromised. But her dedication to Master Aldrich's vision and her remarkable understanding of temporal mechanics convinced me that she could be trusted as a partner in the guardianship." Miss Thornfield's expression held the warm affection of someone describing a valued collaboration. "Thomas has been invaluable in completing the temporal preservation device. His family's records contained mechanical details that complemented my theoretical understanding, and his practical skills made the final adjustments possible." Miss Marple walked slowly around the workshop, her mind integrating this final revelation with everything they had discovered. The mystery that had begun with the stopped clock had revealed itself to be a story spanning 5 centuries, involving multiple generations of dedicated individuals who had preserved both knowledge and treasure for future generations. "Mr. Wickham," she said thoughtfully, "I imagine the guild treasures present certain complications in terms of their ultimate disposition. Such valuable artifacts can't remain hidden indefinitely, yet their emergence would raise questions that might be difficult to answer satisfactorily." Thomas nodded with the careful consideration of someone who had wrestled with such questions for decades. "Indeed, Miss Marple. Master Aldrich's journal includes instructions for the eventual disposition of the treasures, but they require what he called proper circumstances, a time when they could be revealed without endangering the communities that had entrusted them to his care." He moved to one of the workbenches and withdrew a wooden box similar to the one Mrs. Fletcher had produced from the postal records. Inside, nestled in faded velvet, lay a collection of official documents that bore the seals and signatures of medieval guilds and ecclesiastical authorities. "Provenance records," he explained, handling the ancient parchments with practiced care. Master Aldrich was meticulous about documenting the source and ownership of every item placed under his protection. When the proper time comes for revelation, these records will ensure that the treasures can be returned to their rightful inheritors or donated to institutions that will preserve and display them appropriately. Dr. Hartwell examined the documents with the fascination of someone whose academic career had been devoted to understanding exactly such historical materials. "Mr. Wickham, these records are extraordinary. They provide documentation for craft guild activities that historians have only speculated about. The scholarly value alone is considerable," Thomas agreed. "Which is why Master Aldrich's instructions include provisions for gradual revelation through academic channels. The temporal preservation device will make it possible to share not just the physical artifacts, but the complete context of their creation and significance." Miss Marple found herself thinking about the implications of such a gradual revelation. The treasures hidden in Master Blackwood's workshop represented not just monetary value, but irreplaceable insights into medieval craftsmanship and community organisation. Their careful preservation across 5 centuries was a gift that would benefit scholars and craftspeople for generations to come. "And the clock itself?" she inquired, remembering the original mystery that had drawn them all together. Thomas's smile held the satisfaction of someone whose life's work was nearing a perfect conclusion. "Will resume its proper function. This evening, Miss Marple, the temporal preservation device required the clock mechanism's full energy during its activation period, but now that the device is operational and self-sustaining, the regular timekeeping functions can be restored." As if responding to his words, a gentle chiming sound emerged from the chamber above. Not the full bronze voice of the tower clock, but the preparatory sounds of a mechanism testing its own calibration. The temporal preservation device's luminescence seemed to pulse in harmony with the mechanical sounds, creating a symphony of light and sound that spoke to the perfect integration of ancient craftsmanship and mystical purpose. They spent the remainder of the afternoon in Master Blackwood's workshop, examining treasures that had waited centuries for appreciation and discussing the careful plans that would eventually bring them to public attention. Thomas proved to be a remarkable repository of family lore and technical knowledge, while Miss Thornfield shared her insights into the theoretical principles that made temporal preservation possible. Dr. Hartwell documented everything with the thoroughness of a scholar who understood that he was witnessing history of the highest order, though he also recognised that publication would require careful timing and considerable discretion. Some secrets, as Miss Marple had observed, were worth keeping until the proper moment for their revelation. As evening approached and the setting sun began to cast long shadows across Little Wickham, they made their way back to the clock chamber to witness the restoration of the ancient timepiece's normal function. Thomas moved among the gears and wheels with practised expertise, making adjustments that seemed minor but clearly represented the culmination of decades of careful study. Master Aldrich designed the clock to serve multiple functions, he explained as he worked. Regular timekeeping for the village, power source for the temporal preservation device during activation periods, and guardian of the workshop's entrance mechanisms. The integration is so complete that most people assume the clock has only ordinary purposes. At precisely 7 o'clock, the ancient mechanism resumed its familiar voice with a bronze chime that seemed to carry extra resonance, as if celebrating its return to regular duty. The sound echoed across Little Wickham with the comfortable authority of tradition restored, marking the end of their remarkable adventure and the beginning of the clock's renewed service to the community. Miss Marple stood at the narrow window, watching gas lamps begin to flicker to life throughout the village, as residents prepared for another peaceful evening in their Cotswold sanctuary. The temporal preservation device hummed quietly in its alcove. The workshop below held its treasures in patient secrecy, and the clock above resumed its ancient duty of marking the passage of time for all who cared to listen. "Miss Thornfield, Mr. Wickham, Dr. Hartwell," she said as the evening light deepened and the first stars appeared in the darkening sky. "I believe we have participated in something rather more significant than a simple village mystery. Master Blackwood's vision of preserving human wisdom across centuries has been fulfilled through the dedication of remarkable individuals who understood that some gifts require patience and sacrifice to perfect." Thomas nodded with the quiet satisfaction of someone whose family's trust had been faithfully discharged. "The guardianship continues, Miss Marple, but now it includes partners who share both the responsibility and the vision. Master Aldrich would be pleased to know that his work will benefit generations yet to come." As they prepared to leave the tower and return to the ordinary concerns of village life, Miss Marple reflected on the extraordinary complexity that could exist beneath the most placid surfaces. Little Wickham would continue to appear as a typical Cotswolds village to casual observers, but she now knew it to be something far more remarkable, a living repository of human achievement and wisdom, protected by individuals whose dedication spanned centuries. The clock's chimes accompanied their descent of the spiral stairs, each note a reminder that time was both precious and eternal, that moments of significance could be preserved and shared across the generations, and that the most important mysteries often revealed themselves only to those with patience enough to listen and wisdom enough to understand. Miss Marple's summer visit to Little Wickham had begun as a simple family obligation, and had transformed into participation in a legacy that would endure far beyond her own lifetime. The mystery of the silent clock had been solved, but the greater mystery of human dedication and achievement would continue to unfold in ways that would surprise and inspire future generations of seekers. As she walked across the village green toward Raymond's cottage and a well-earned rest, Miss Marple smiled with the deep satisfaction of someone who had witnessed the best of human nature, the willingness to sacrifice personal recognition for the sake of preserving what was most valuable for those yet to come. Time, she reflected, was indeed both servant and master, marking the hours while preserving the moments that made those hours meaningful. The clock tower rose behind her against the star-filled sky, its mechanisms humming with purpose and possibility, guardian of secrets both ancient and eternal. Little Wickham slept peacefully beneath its protective chimes, unaware that their quiet village had become a bridge between past and future, a place where time itself had been tamed and treasured for the benefit of all humanity. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off in the glowing lights of New York, beneath the desert skies of Doha, the timeless charm of Prague, or the wave-kissed shores of Barcelona? If this tale brought you calm, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the stillness hold you. Let your dreams wander far. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.